She's crazy. The cat's crazy. I gotta do some push-ups though. We got 245 to go. See if we can get a chunk of them out of the way here before game number 1 gets underway. Obviously, we would love to get some done. I don't know if the cat's gonna stick around. I'm moving. He's staring. She doesn't know what's happening. My arms do not feel recovered. But that's 20 off. This is also kind of an info collecting day. Because obviously one day is not enough to really give my arm time to recuperate. And I'm kind of learning that neither is 2 days. 3 days was good. From last Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then doing a bunch on Saturday, 3 days was good recuperation time. Honestly, 2 days is probably also fine. 3 days is great. Ugh. All right. Oh, wait, we gotta pause. There we go. Music stopped. Game going. Only 15 teams in there, and we're missing someone. Who are we missing? We'll figure out as we get through the match. Let me make sure I click on to all the right things. All right. Whoa. Let's see. You guys excited for the tournament to finally start up this weekend? Figure out who's gonna be playing in the finals, who's gonna be making it through the playoffs. Hey. Let me and pull up what's the playoffs and finals. So It's not even up on one. Where did I... How did I see who was where before? 0 teams record. Where's there 0 teams? There was a leaderboard somewhere that had everything that was going on. Oh... Let me try and find this leaderboard so I can have something to talk about while we're getting underway. Oh, I guess I don't know where I found the leaderboard last time. Wikipedia, maybe? Oh, yeah, here we go. Ooh, shots coming out from Iroh. He is alone here. He's going for the shots, and he does take down Andrew before going down to Blazer, and his audio is a little bit low, isn't it? Put that up there to the proper level. We don't want to be missing out on anything. Okay, okay. Duel, do they want to get involved? They lost one player. Penta and Kane do pull up here. But it looks like they are just going to back right off. Okay, so the 8 invited teams are going to be 55 Esports, Bestia, Copenhagen Wolves, Furia, Rock, Team Falcons, Team Liquid, and Toyo. That's 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So 55 Bestia, Copenhagen Wolves, Rock, Team Falcons, Team Liquid, and Toyo. We then have our 8 teams that did the best in the qualifiers to get up here, as Ogawara ends up losing 2 different tires. He's going to have to hop in with his teammate here, hit some boosts, and then some bandages right afterwards. The 8 teams that did the best that have gotten their way into day 1 participation is going to be Athletes of Christ, Duel, Eupherics 10, Last Breath, New Gen All-Stars, No Way, Pest Control, and What It Takes. Now, those teams are all going to play in a 5-match shootout. And whoever gets into the top 8 then makes it into a makes it to into the finals. So then in day 2, the bottom 8 are going to go up against Affinity, Chapinski's, Collector, I Am Bolivia, Injected, Rent Free, Team Fate, and Tempest. 5 of those teams will then make it into the finals, and day 3 will come around, And it's all the teams that didn't make it through day 1 and day 2 that'll take on AKA Dot's Dream 1 4-0 and Nevermind in another 5-game shootout to see who the final 3 teams are that make it into finals. So we'll have to wait and see, and then finals will be the following week, and it'll be 3 days, 15 games, 5 games a day, to see who can take home first place. And then we do it all over again the next week with another round of playoffs, which are set up the exact same way as playoff 1 with all of the teams. We'll go through all of playoffs 2. We will then end up going into another finals. And when we get through finals 2, well, you get to the PAS1 Cup. No, PAS1 Cup was what we played before. Sorry. Wow, Athletes of Christ either won Cup 4 or 5, and Duel won the other cup. Okay. So then, top 2 teams are qualified for the PGS 2026 Circuit 3 and Circuit 4, which already have invited teams. Being For Angry Men, 17, Anyone's Legend, Pers, Team Falcons, Full Sense, Genji, E-Arena, Navi, Petrichor Road, Twisted Minds, and Virtus Pro. Interesting. There's 12 invited teams. So what? Americas get two more teams, if I read that right. The final placements are given. I don't know, it's really hard to try and keep track of all the rulings and everything. So we're gonna have so only first and second place get to go to Circuit 3 and Circuit 4 from this tournament. And it does not include Team Falcons. Team Falcons already makes it. Lost. Linguina. Zio. SKT. Or never mind. I haven't paid enough attention to the match that's going on. But it's been pretty quiet. Let's see if we can figure out which team isn't here currently. So obviously Duel and 55 are here. Aura is here. Duel, 55, Aura. Hoyo. Good shot from Andrew onto Fakeson. A little bit of an off angle. Tayson, Pest Control, Team Quesito. I mean, we'll figure out pretty quickly who's not here once we see the point scoring. I say that, but teams can go out with 0 points, so maybe we won't figure it out that well. So Dream 1, Yakuza Gang, 4-0. I'm not seeing Rock. Rock appears to be the team that we are currently missing in this match. Does Team Quesito have 2 different... Oh, double headshot there from Robert. On to Gringo. Now his teammate's gonna have to come along, try and help him out. But they have BRDM. A couple of them, in fact, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Looks like Robert is interested in bringing his team down here to take this fight. Blue zone, but it just misses out, so Anubis gonna put himself right up against the door. Aid goes out towards the bathroom. Would have landed cleanly there where Gringo is, so another trade of nades real quick, and nothing gonna come of it. Gringo does start to take some damage. Robert ready to push in, but he closes the door instead. I think he wants to try and make sure his team is ready to actually push this together with him. In the side room, Gringo does find Robert. Anubis has made it in on the edge, but that third-person view gives Gringo the advantage. He takes a lot of damage in return as Anubis gets taken down. All of a sudden, Team Quesito, they went from the aggressors to an aggress. So they just need to get out of there. Where are we gonna end up going? Chinky seems to be quite the hotspot for a lot of players right now. Never mind Duel, Dream 1, 55, Athletes of Christ, all in the area. Or nothing Bestia over here on some of the cryos. Just sitting side by side. I am curious, this weekend we'll get to know who Falcons may be trying to play with. Heard speculation of a lot of people are thinking maybe Purdy, or see the potential for Purdy to kind of come over and fill in that spot. I've seen them playing with Gustav and Scrims and stuff. I haven't paid super close attention, so maybe they played with a few other people. I haven't really been in their personal streams to see who they're playing with, But I mean, if there's anyone they're playing with consistently on their streams or anything, I'd say keep an eye out for them. It'll be interesting to see what they do with H-Win leaving Falcons. Could shake things up quite a bit, because if Purdy leaves, then all of a sudden there's an open spot wherever he comes from. Something to pay attention to. Oh, where is 4-0 sending it? 3-man Frogman gets the knock onto Lyle. The other two do make it over here, flipping their vehicle a little bit. Sweezy trying to go for the shots. Does get quite a few onto Wooly. Gets the knock in the flush before Kane is able to make it through the doorway. Now Kane just going to go for the flush through the building. MHP comes, but Kane with a little bit of a good call out from Penta, able to finish him off. Okay. We haven't been able to get anything else to pop up on Liquipedia before Falcons announced anything. So, all we know is that H-Win's left and we don't know who's coming along. I was hoping, maybe, just maybe, there'd be a leak on Liquipedia again. Because I saw that H-Win left a good probably 6 to 8 hours before Falcons officially announced it. Oh, wreck. Gotta be careful. There is angles from just about everywhere in this spot right now. You have to worry about D&B, you have to worry about Mulaz. Gotta even worry about the Copenhagen Wolves, who are those little step-ups. And that's one knock from 55 onto Athlete to Christ, but it's a headshot in return from Fauna to get the knock onto Tavon. Glock is gonna be the next target. They get the flush. A little bit of util damage. They have one player knocked on their side, but if they get back up, they might be able to just push right onto 55, take them out. It's a little bit of a hamper on the start of the day to 55. Oh, Benya running away from that nade. Threw his own backwards as he gets out of there. Vinny does get a knock with a nade and then the AUG to follow it. The flush coming through immediately afterwards from Benya's nade, but Ekin steals the other one away, and Bestia, they're just going down into this spot. One of them has a vehicle, and I think he's just got to try and send it somewhere, because if he stops for even a second, I think those tires are going to get popped. Yeah, Frogman, he's already knocked. I'm pretty sure that was the vehicle that Bestia has. Yakuza gang, they are just bunkered down, doing what they can. Now they're going to start running forward. There's Copenhagen Wolves right in front of them, but it's Benya with a P90 from behind to get the knock onto Ale. Vox steals it away. Ringo gets a knock onto Vinny, so Mulah's just raining on Bestia's parade as they tried to move forward. Arv, he's going to try and get into this smoke. Try and run the opposite direction of where Toyo came from. And now he's inside the building, trying to bounce a nade. Up over to Mulaz, finishing off Bestia. Pippa going to be the last one up. Never mind, they're on the edge of Pachinki as well. So many teams over here. I mean, there's at least 6 teams. Doesn't look like anyone besides Athlete to Christ is too healthy. Side of the hill, you do see Tayson with an angle onto that. Pest Control and Tayson, they have a lot of control over this zone. Mulahs probably have the best hard cover still in on the very edge of zone, besides that church building. Now you're going to see 55. They are back up as a two-man. They're going to be trying to figure out where they want to go. Glock rolling through with an SLK. Takes down Drazio very quickly. Still got to move a little bit further forward, but a couple of teams have sight lines onto it. They're in on the very edge of the building for a second. Athletes of Christ, how much can they distract Aura and Toyo from looking down on this? Dream 1 will still have a good angle. Shots going out. Haven did get the knock onto Fakeson, but Dream 1, they're the team. Honestly, LaPeaks being back here is going to be giving so much covering fire, so much info over to the rest of his team. Be able to really cause some problems. Flush does come out onto 1, but it's a double nade from Emmy to knock 2 of Athletes of Christ. Aura steps right out, and R finishes off. Tony, Athletes of Christ, eliminated in 10th place. They tried to fight through so much of it. LaPeaks up on the balcony, gonna make things very difficult for 55. Does that nade go right onto Gabbru? Looks like it should get the knock. No. 8 hit points is all he had left. Does get the med kit off right afterwards. These smokes gonna be going forward, but I mean, the peaks up on that balcony is feeding this info over. Never mind just spraying through the smoke here with Dream 1. The rest of them are just on that hillside, and they're gonna be able to get some free looks over towards 55 as soon as they step out of the smoke. Pushing forward, going for some jump scouts. Gabbru gets taken down by Loss. Block, he's gonna have to come forward any second now. LaPeaks steals the kill away. Now shots going out. SKT takes down Glock. 55 get eliminated in 9th place. Copenhagen Wolves, they've survived. Maybe not the best spot, but it's a good one as Demon Frost takes down 2 players on Aura. The shot's going out. VPS gets traded by Blazer. Xhaka follows it up. 2 players knocked right now. LaPeaks not going to be able to get saved. He's over on the edge. Tayson, they're just pushing up. Hut and Spicy, he has a Panzer. The Panzer doesn't go through. Now it does to take down ZT. Zry's over here on the edge. That nade, I think, going to go a little bit too far. Bounces off the side of the vehicle, though. A little bit better in that one. Lands right on his ball sack. Bounces up, hits him square in the nuts. Now these 2 players from Nevermind are just going to go forward together. Demon Frost, he couldn't take on 2 at the same time, but they take 2 1v1s. But are still able to take him down before Stakers picks up an extra kill by just hitting a single bullet onto that last member. And all of a sudden we're down to 4 teams. Pest Control, Mullahs, Copenhagen Wolves, and Bestia. So now there is just really Mullahs with 3 left alive as the strongest team. Copenhagen Wolves, they still got 2. Pest Control down to a single player. Hut and Spicy, what can he do? It's certainly gotten Hut and Spicy with Mullahs looking at him. Copenhagen Wolves going up, honestly, towards that last member of Bestia. They went up the hillside and around towards the church area. They're going to be able to get as much info as possible. Know where a lot of these teams are playing from. They have spotted out Pippa. The nade's going to be traded. That one looks good, but explodes just a little bit early. Pippa eliminates himself because he didn't think he was going to be able to get out of that with Snakers and Vox looking down on him. Hut and Spicy, he's crawling forward. He spots out Ekin, double headshot. Goes for the shots over towards the other 2. Immediately takes a headshot. But he's done damage at this point. If he can do any more, he could end up handing it over to the members of Copenhagen Wolves. But it's Snakers up the hillside to do some damage to him, hit the headshot, and take him down. Ulaz. I don't think they're going to be able to go for the res. So it's Sonics and Gringo. 2 nades for Vox. He's going to lob this down beside the tree. Shots and nade go out, do a lot of damage. The second nade to follow up gets the knock. Now it's a 2v1. How do they want to take it? Gringo has a little bit of a ridge, has some cover to work with the 2 folded shields and the vehicle. But honestly, if they spot that drop over here, I feel like the Wolves can just send it down in the vehicle, tee up right against the drop. Oh my god, what a Molotov, though! To get the flush onto Sonics, and a lot of damage came out onto Gringo. Vox picking up some 3 gear. Gringo just throwing down a couple more smokes, trying to keep the angles on his side, but he takes a headshot, and a tap from the M16 from Snakers takes him down, and it's Copenhagen Wolves to open up this series this week with a win in game number 1. We're gonna go to a quick break. We get ready for match number 2. Copenhagen Wolves were able to get 8 kills out of that one. Alright. Underway for match number 2. Copenhagen Wolves taking home that first one. They went down 2-2. Down 2-2, man. Pretty early on. But after that, they were able to hunker down, pick up a couple of kills when they came their way. And then they were able to snag victory from the eyes of defeat. They're going to be able to keep up that form in this one. Maybe keep 4 alive for a little while longer. Not run into an unfortunate rotation. They didn't have the easiest. I mean, starting up in Yaz and having to rotate all the way to Pachinki, you have a lot of teams that kind of set up around there anyways. Plenty of teams loot in that area. So there's not as much space for people to play. And in this one, it's a lot closer to Yaz, so they can set up a lot better. Vox already set up over towards Volcano. Snakers could go off somewhere if he wanted to instead of to Yaz. Now that he's gotten his vehicle, it's kind of up to them how they want to do it. Athlete to Christ, it looks like they're kind of just landing. Bestia, they're over towards Melted Powder. 4-0, they're going to be right dead center right now with Shelter, Hall of Fame, and Junkyard right there. Then over in Lepovka, you have Yakuza Gang. Mullahs are going to be at school and apartments. So a lot of those teams should be able to rotate pretty early, get as many points as possible. Copenhagen Wolves sitting on 18 points. They got 8 kills and the win. Mullahs end up with 10 kills in second place to get 16 points to start off the day. Obviously, 3 teams not getting any points. Rock does not appear that they were able to show up. I don't know exactly what happened. I don't know if they're having some connectivity issues or what. But we do have Yakuza Gang and Team Quesito both at 0 points to start off the day. Now we're gonna see how some players might be able to turn it around. I mean, Team Quesito didn't necessarily have a bad idea. They went straight after Mullahs, who ended up in a very strong position late into the match. So if they had actually succeeded in their fight against Mullahs, they would have been looking really good. Unfortunately, they made the crash and just not quite able to win the fight. We sit here. We wait to see who's gonna be where. 4 minutes in, we starting to see some people hit that rotation. 2 minutes to recall players. If anyone ended up going down. We have 1 minute until phase 1 starts to move. Right. At rotations right now, 4-0. Yakuza Gang. Right up next to each other, Murillo. Got that Panzer in hand. Trying to move forward. Player already inside. The rest of 4-0. They're ready to crash right onto this compound. Here they come. Second floor, right above. Murillo just goes for the Panzer straight up. He knows it'll probably hit. It does connect. And now the other 3 members of Yakuza Gang on the outside of the compound looking in. Panzer goes forward. Yakuza Gangs was not quite as effective. Sweezy, he's making this move now. He wouldn't be able to make it later on, but that's a double headshot onto Ali. Now stun should come through, and they're going to be pushing forward. Sweezy with another headshot takes down Wreck for one player left on Yakuza Gang. Sweezy trying to jump around and look for him. New cave. New cave. He's got an SKS that's not reloaded and a UMP with a 3x scope on it. A 4-man of 4-0 in this compound that he's sitting near. I think it's just a matter of time until someone spots him, maybe even from up on the forest hill. Looked at a couple of the other rotations. It looks like 55, Team Quesito, Aura, all kind of going along the same line on that southern side, a little bit behind each other. I imagine Team Quesito will kind of go left a little bit up towards Dream 1 potentially, maybe even towards Apps if they want to. Or they're either going to end up going a similar route to 55, or they're going to follow right behind Team Quesito or go a little bit further north. Squeezy is just trying to drive Scout around to find this last player, who honestly I think should just try and sit inside this bush. I think it would be really, really funny. Right, 2 more players on 4-0 has left, so it's just Murillo over here. So if Nucav ended up catching him out, why is it decent? Shot onto Sweezy. Does Murillo leave the compound to go over to Hall of Fame? I don't think so. Oh, wait. Oh, Blazer. Spot Team Quesito from the air. Dream 1 is also getting involved in this. Blazer looking down from above, going for the shots onto Bran into the smoke. Only 1 bullet has connected so far. Swap over to the Og. Try and go for the spray. He's just barely missing it. You got to get the gas on that thing. Oh, straight down into the ground. He crashes it. That's going to be that for the glider. Fortunately, just stalls out the vehicle a little bit too much. That nade's going to go forward. Should be able to do some good damage. Gets the knock onto Robert. So now Brand steps out. Does get the knock onto 1. The shots come through from Blazer. That's 2 players down on Team Quesito. But Dream 1 wants to get involved. 3 players just sitting on that hillside. Laying down fire. LaPeaks is the one that gets the knock onto Andrew. Or still has another player knocked, so it's only 1 player standing as someone goes for the res. 1 gun is all they can have trained on the enemy. We go back up north towards Naya Athletes of Christ. Where are they trying to send it? Maybe up towards heaven? We aren't really seeing anyone over there just yet. Athletes of Christ might be able to take heaven for free. Like Copenhagen Wolves are taking the yellows. As Tayson taking shots towards pest control as they drive by, or I guess just as Conf drives by. Pest control very split from each other right now. I'm sure that Conf will be able to get his way through. He's a very good player in the IGL of pest control. So it'll be interesting. I feel like we haven't really got to see him brag out as much as he can sometimes. Moose! How you doing? I just realized that I don't have my beautiful face up here. So you also can't see how much push-ups I still owe you guys. You know, I don't know if I even thought about that, Moose. Not only have they taken Heaven, but right now they're defending Heaven against Bestia. And by golly, if they win from Heaven, isn't that the storyline of the century? Athletes Christ know how to take their name seriously. You looking forward to the playoffs this weekend? And you're just kind of sitting down below, chilling. Ream won. They picked up their 1 kill earlier, and then they decided that it wasn't worth it to sit in the blue zone to try and fight Aura. Lose a ton of position. I know I said they were going to Heaven, but I just, like, didn't think about it. Ooh. And all of a sudden, Heaven... not quite the place you want to be. It's on the brink of getting taken out of the zone. Bestia, you have that 2-2 split. Where are you going to try and consolidate to? Demon Frost ended up running over Lepeaks. Do you think any of the teams from day 3 will be able to make it into the finals, Moose? Or do you think it's gonna be all teams from day 1 and 2? That mortar was so close to hitting the vehicle in rotation. But pest control, they're going to send a couple more. Should just have to bring it in a little bit. And it's so close again. Those mortars are almost on point. New Cav in the kill feed. We do see him. He ends up claiming a point for Yakuza Gang after they lost 3-4-0 earlier. I guess the real question is there any invited teams that we think aren't going to be able to make it through into the finals? That'll be, I think, the most interesting thing is Tayvon does take down Nukev. So it's not even 4-0 that ends up taking him down. It's 55 PD that eliminate Yakuza Gang after they just roll up on the edge of the zone. Murillo, I don't even know what he's doing over here. Yes, I mean, I guess it's getting a little bit of info, but now you have a team splitting your split. And it's not even with a banana split. They do have a chance. I get that, but is there any team that we think is actually going to make it through, is my question. Athletes of Christ coming down from heaven. And Haven finds one, as Tony found the other. Copenhagen Wolves, not a bad spot, but it's going to be Mullahs. Back-to-back games with wonderful zone positioning. Never mind, they get a knock onto Tayson, who are already in these dips before they even arrived. Don't get much out of it, as Pest Control doing a lot of damage over towards Dream 1. I think Demon Frost may have had BRDM. I don't know where H-Win's going. We have been trying to speculate and figure out, but we have figured out absolutely nothing. We're also trying to figure out who we might foresee coming to the Falcons as double headshot clean. But it's actually Cowboy that gets the finish onto Kane. Wait a second. Copenhagen Wolves has Cowboy? Timeout. Liquipedia. Team Liquid. Hey, Xhaka taking down LFP1. Okay. Okay, I was a little concerned for a second. Oh, Snakers, he takes down La Peaks through the smoke. Saw Cowboy. I think Cowboy's just subbing. But for, like, potentials, for who could go to Falcons, obviously, we've seen them playing with Gustav a little bit in scrims and stuff, so there's always that being a possibility. But we've also, like, some people have thrown out the idea of Party Curdy joining. Yeah, I was just wondering if we were already starting to see shakeups with some teams and stuff. But yeah, Cowboy definitely just subbing. I'm pretty sure. Copenhagen Wolves as Pippa, he's picking up a couple more. Athletes of Christ get eliminated. Copenhagen Wolves, yeah. Okay, so Copenhagen Wolves is still just Snakers, Vox, Flood, Seifu. Gustav! Yeah, Hams, that's what we're thinking. Either Gustav, or some people have been saying they want to see Party Curdy. But I haven't been paying attention to if, like, Tiggleton and them have actually been playing with Gustav, like, in their just personal streams, because if they are, I think it's definitely Gustav no matter what. As shots going out towards 4-0, that vehicle just blows up with 2 players in it, so Danny's gonna pick up 2 off of the explosion. Sweezy can't even res them because they decided to sit in a sinking tank. Oh, shots go out. Sweezy does find at least one. Doesn't have any nades, but he has a blue zone. Sir Latino hits a headshot onto Andrew. As the drive-by coming through, Sweezy goes for the shots onto Blazer, isn't able to get anything. And this is what I'm saying, even if those 2 team members go down, if Sweezy was able to finish off these other 2, if they hadn't been inside the vehicle, he might have been able to get Rez's S55. Gabru, big nade onto Benya. Frogman, though, takes him down as he steps out of the smoke. Now, 2v2. Shots go out from Pippa. He takes a headshot. Frogman, it looks like he's backing off to try and get the res. They are going to trade reses. It's going to get back up into a 3v3. Oh, in the kill feed, we see Fakeson end up knocking Emmy with a team nade. Sweezy still trying to hold on to this position. He has some 3 gear. He has a FAMAS. That helmet almost gone. Blazer doesn't have to peek first here. He can wait for Sweezy to over peek as we hop back over to this fight. 55 PD. They could get all 4 back up, potentially, but no, Tavon does end up bleeding out. So doesn't Gabru, so it's a 3v2. Block has repositioned a little bit farther back as we hop over to a fight between Tayson and Toyo. It looks like 2 players have already been taken out for Tayson. One just needs to be confirmed. But it's a Panzer that they're going to be running into in just a second for ZT. When do the pushes come out? Being the team 2 push can be very detrimental. Frogman takes down Glock. 1 player remains, and Frogman takes him down as well. Bestia annihilate 55 PD, and now Toyo are streaming forward into this next dip. Fakeson with 1, and Solds takes down the other. Now they have the very edge of zone, but they're going to have to get right back on the move. Moolahs continue to get zone fed. Sitting in second place right now. Hot and Spicy trying to confirm his kill onto Cowboy. Almost gets taken down from the side. So now it's 3 players up for Copenhagen Wolves. Hot and Spicy ends up getting knocked by Ekin. Shots going out all over the place. All from DMRs. Nobody really too close to each other. Arv ends up getting a knock on Sir Latino. He was kind of the anchor up on the hillside. These smokes can try and go up. Both of them landing in pretty much the same exact spot. Arv does confirm his kill. And Moolah is losing one there. Unfortunate. That hillside, not a bad idea to play. Unfortunately, I feel like you want to play it more when you're on the southern side of the zone rather than the northern side of the zone. Too many eyes can catch you. Sonics with a nade over towards Solds. Can the res come out? No, unfortunately, he goes down. Pippa finishes off the last member of Pest Control. No, actually, that's just a flush onto Conf. Pest Control is still alive as Joshy got a nade onto Snakers. I think there's only 1 player up on Copenhagen Wolves. He should be able to get the res onto at least 1 as well. That nade from K-Mind barely finds any damage onto Pippa. Frogman anchoring from a little farther back the rest of the team. Echoers, I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Blood, it looks like he's prepping that nade. Should throw it forward. Gets it under the tree. Fortunately, they got some emergency cover right in the way so they don't take any damage. Blue zone comes out and it's Flood stepping over. Hits the headshots onto Hut and Spicy. Joshy, I think you just play it slow here. There we go. Flood goes down. You just get the res. Streaming's going awesome. Now stuns coming out from Bestia. 1 player down, 2 player down. Only 1 player left, and Benya finds him as well. Pest control go down to Bestia as they come over the hilltop as a 2-man. Now we have 4 teams left. Bestia, Mulaz, Aura, and Toyo. Just so long it's nothing about artwork or anything like that. Ask away. Bakeson, he has that 3x. He wants to try and take down Benya. Benya can outweight him here. He tries to make his way forward, but it's Pippa. Yeah, I'm all set then. You don't need to ask me any questions or anything about that. I already have a artist that I work with, so. Onyx, good shots over towards Arv. Catches him a little bit. Double headshot from Danny, though, and that could be an opening for Aura to move on to this compound. Onyx takes down Danny and Andrew. Only 1 player left. I'm not interested at all, Eckers. Would kind of just donut for this next circle as well, so I mean, Bestia, they at least have a foot in the door. Mulaz might be able to play the very edge of this. So they're gonna know at least 1 player's on the tree because of the folded shield. Sonic's, he might be a little bit exposed there with just how out in the open you are. Ringo, maybe he wants to grab some 3 gear, but I feel like that's really, really risky. I think Bestia are just going to keep their heads down. Gringo takes so much damage. Was it worth it? Because now you're going to have to try and heal up going into this next fight. I don't think he even grabs anything from it. So yeah, I mean, he just kind of took damage for nothing there, and now he's going to have to sit and wait to heal up. They're going to have to move almost out in the open. Arv over here is just hoping to pick off at least 1 member of Mulaz probably before going out. Sitting on the edge of the blue zone. That player not going to be able to peek from the top anymore. 1 first aid kit is all that Arv has. He is just trying to crawl forward. This is not going to be good enough to get him into the next zone. Going for the shots. Does hit a headshot before he goes down to the blue zone. Ringo takes a little bit more damage. Bestia, all they have to do is expand their territory of control here. Should be a pretty easy win for them, but if Mulaz can make it over to the tree line, they're at least going to have something to play from. Right now, all 3 players sitting in the same spot. Frogman going for those quick peeks. Oh, Pippa trying to get over here. Spray going through from the barrel. Doesn't really find anything. Gotta be careful with how much you have left. Benya does get an opening knock with the nade onto Ekin. The flush comes out easily. Now it's what util usage can you use as Sonics gets one with the MG3 on to Benya. 2v2 Pippa. Right up close and personal. Gringo trying to underhand the nade, trying to guess where Pippa is, but they have no idea. Then they have that anchor of Frogman, and Frogman, he can hit his shots. MG3 for Sonics, though, can be scary. Gringo finds Pippa as the smoke clears. Pippa maybe should have tried to get a little bit more cover going out there. That's more shots onto Gringo. Frogman trying to hit that first aid kit, but in the end, he goes down to the blue zone, and it's Moolahs in their second game after getting plenty more zone control, being dead center, to win it with 7 kills. That is 2 really strong back-to-back games for Moolahs. But we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 3. Alright, getting underway in match number 3. And still no rock. I feel like they did this another week where they didn't show up day 1, but then they showed up day 2. We do have a hot drop at Bucksansa. Don't know if we'll be heading over there to inspect. Bestia is back to gray. Didn't even realize it. I feel like it just felt so natural that I guess I didn't notice it before right now. I don't have anyone putting black. The blue. I feel like we could put aura back. They got that mysterious aura about them, you know? I don't know. I don't know what I'm going on about. Team Quesito still have not acquired themselves a point. Young Chong for the Copenhagen Wolves, they're going to be able to get some real good loot up there. There's no one really around. We're still trying to follow DIV1 around. Danny, it looks like, is the only one that's taken any damage so far. But, I mean, Aura, they are being aggressive here. 2 players up on the hillside above, and then 2 players down here for DIV1. Set up in a neat little box. Probably able to cover each other. I think the most out there person is going to be Demon Frost, and they thought he might have been super close, but he was just another set back. They would have made it up and over that wall into the corner. They would have nailed him with that utility. Now he's going to be able to get right back in this position. Xhaka on the edge. I feel like Lepeaks, yeah, needs to send it over here to give a little bit better covering fire to Demon Frost. But now Aura are backing off. They can go over to the hard spawn and they can just leave if they want to. They do not have to take this fight. All you can hear is the waterfalls from DIV1 right there. So, at this point, DIV1 have essentially been pushed into a corner and are just having to live with what loot they have, while Aura backed off is going to loot the rest of Bucksansa, and then just going to be able to take this fight with a lot more util. That's a fun Pokemon name right there, Clobopus. Yeah, so Lepeaks has maneuvered himself into new positioning, and I do believe he did spot a player out as Yakuza gang. They're making their rotate. Ogawara, he avoided that rock. Ooh. Target popped right there as he's going to be going next to 4-0. Might be able to just take some free shots into the side of him. Yakuza gang may have run out of spots to continue to run away from. So now they're just going over, taking this fight, and Wreck takes down Murillo before running straight into his prep nade on the wall. 1 player left on the 4-0 team at this compound. That looks like a good nade towards Ogawara. Goes a little bit too far. Rez coming out immediately, and here we go. Here's the rest of 4-0 pulling up. They should be able to make it over to the far side of the compound, but 1 player pulls up on the close side. Sweezy gets a flush onto Nucav. Rec 4 goes down to Lyle before getting traded by Ali. Sweezy rushing his way forward, takes down another, getting shot in the back by Cowboy. But he gets through the vehicle and makes it to the other side, where he's just barely surviving. Ogawara found the angle and takes him down. And it's 4-0 to get eliminated first. Yakuza Gang picking up 3 kills, and cat with a sword in its mouth. That's a pretty phenomenal logo, I gotta say. Pest control. Can they control the pests in this lobby right now? Not doing too bad. We'll see if they're gonna turn up the heat. It looks like Snakers took down Ogawara, so Yakuza Gang quickly follow after 4-0. Aura still at Bucksand Saw, slowing it down even more, going up to the hillside. That looks like a BRDM coming down from above for Bestia. I think it's actually rolling away from them right now, though. We're on the map, so Ooh, Haven. Last match, they took Heaven, and now they are shooting down from above. Raining down hellfire from the skies. Crack is a solo over here right now. Mullahs are on the other side. I'm curious to see if Mullahs are going to pick themselves a spot to be right towards the center. Or if they're going to have to fight this one more on the edge. It'll be interesting to see. Rise is spotted. He's taken a couple of shots. That's a headshot there from Fauna. One more bullet is all it would take to get the finish onto him. So, Vinny, he did find it. Does get the flush before Demon Frost can steal it away. So Athletes of Christ did all the work. But Bestia gets the kill. Haven is just paying attention to him. Probably gonna try and pop a few more tires. Seems to be what he's doing up in the air right now. Ruining people's rotation potential. Ordana. Panadero. That is Panadero spelt backwards. Of course, they gotta mess with us. They can never be normal about it. On. Laying down. Crawling forward. Surprised he has the AUG in hand. I feel like normally we see him running around with the barrel. Onadero going more downhill. Looks like towards a shack. There's this fish. 119. ZT. Fish, yeah, he's gonna go down to Conf right there, so Panadero and ZT gonna be like, where the heck did these guys come from? We had no info about them. I feel like Conf could try and pop some tires real quick, make it more difficult for Tayson. As we hop over to a fight between Bestia and Dream. One Demon Frost has a knock onto Vinny, and he gets a second one onto Pippa with the nade. Benya gonna be the last player left as he's levitating on top of Frogman. G. Ooh, whacking out for just a second there. Rez gonna come out. BDRM rolls it way forward. The flush does come out. But he just pushes straight forward. Finds himself a Panzer. Can he line it up? Doesn't line it up. Shots go out onto Xhaka, but he's out of bullets. All he needed was that one more. He had the spray on point. But unfortunately, that last bullet missing from his gun, not able to do anything, and it looks like Aura is interested in sneaking right back over here and ruining Dream One's match. Nades in hand, but they're just pushing forward. AK takes down one, takes down a second. There's only one player left up. Demon Frost running away in the BRDM. Shots go out from Arv. You gotta be a little bit careful though. You only have 25 bullets to spare. With that reload, you're gonna be going through most of them. Frogman, Benya are over here. Benya, it looks like, is sneaking towards Buck Sansa, maybe thinking about the res. Frogman. He seems to be aware that there's a player over here somewhere. He just doesn't know exactly where, so he's gonna re-smoke as he goes for some shots through. And that Panzer did go out from Benya. It did some damage. Fortunately, wasn't able to get any sort of kill. Frogman did see them hop in the vehicle, and he sees them driving away. Doesn't really have the angle to do anything on it. Blazer making his way down and around, and he hits a couple of shots. Unfortunately, none of them were headshots. All it would have taken was one. Frogman's gonna stop up right here. Hit a first aid. There's a fresh one in there for him. There's actually a med kit right outside. I thought he stopped there because he saw the med kit and was going to be able to get a full heal off. Aura, I don't imagine will stick around for too long. It just wouldn't be in their best interest. Demon Frost, I don't actually know what he's going to be able to do here. It's going to take a lot of effort for him to get back in this one. Wow. Mullahs are just a magnet for that circle right now. They are a little bit more off-centered than normal, a little bit further north. But they are playing just really good spots, really good compounds. And they're getting there early enough that nobody else is there. Nobody's really fighting them too hard for it. And I think it's really, really showing these first couple of games. Let's see if they're gonna capitalize 3 games in a row on good zones, though. Hey, you can do it a couple of times, and you can be lucky a couple of times. But if you do it 3 times in a row, I'd say you got a pretty good read on what's going on. As Mullahs, they're sending some mortars. They're not going over towards Toyo, probably over towards Team Quesito on the edge of Terminal. Or they are making their rotate. Looks like they have finally found another vehicle, so it's a 2-2 instead of all 4 in one vehicle. Speaking of 2-2s, Duel has a 2-2 split right on that southern side of the zone. That should give them plenty of info on if any teams are really coming over here. I don't know where Mullahs have this set up for, but I really feel like it should go over towards Toyo. They're in the open on a dip. You get a couple of mortars over there, you're going to be looking good. Sonics, that is really straight up in the air. That can't be more than like 200 meters, and I think you got to go about 320 to hit Toyo there. Let's see where this mortar goes. Mortar's coming in from multiple directions, and they're both landing very, very well. I'd say about a tick over to the right as Sir Latino gets the knock onto Emmy with a bolty to the head. Oh, Capitan goes down to Cowboy now. People were paying attention. They know exactly what's happening, and Cowboy goes down to Sir Latino. We just need a Sir Latino watch with that bolty in hand. That is at least his 3rd headshot onto players today. Vox gonna be sending it down for the res onto Cowboy as quickly as possible. Toyo. Emmy has been taken out. And Toyo wanted to really just try and stay alive. The mortars, luckily, not getting too close. Fakeson gonna be the one that if you have someone push forward, I would push with, as Sir Latino is hitting those headshots. He has that 3 helmet, so he'll be good for a little while. 70 damage onto Solds from that mortar. He's trying to get over to the rock. Wait for the smokes to plume. Unfortunately, that one lose at just the wrong time. Robert is able to get the knock onto Solds. They get some smokes over to him quickly. They still might be able to get the res. Gringo up on the rooftop in a bad spot. Sir Latino does hit a shot onto Capitan. That one just going to the chest, though. It's 55 dealing with Nevermind driving by Durazio. Sure you don't go into the water by accident. Stays up on the side of the hill. Where is the rest of Nevermind gonna go? Robert ends up getting a re-knock onto Solds with a mortar. Toyo just can't catch a break right now. Robert with a couple more mortars. I mean, they got Solds back up, but those mortars are going to come out. They probably will land on at least one player, and Solds gets knocked again by the mortar. That's at least 3 knocks onto him so far as Bestia gets cleaned up by Aura. Copenhagen Wolves, they left the hillside as Tavon crashes onto Mulan. Gringo finds 3 with the nade. And now there's only 1 player left up, but he does take down Gringo. Sonic's trying to make it over here and get some help onto him. Gabru has made it into a building. He's going to get ready to shoot Ekin as he goes through. He does take him down, going for the shots onto Sonic's. A smoke going straight forward. Nevermind getting some shots into the back. Gabru wasn't able to find Sonic's. If Gabru can clean up Sonic's before he makes it over to his teammates, that's going to be a lot of damage. Pre-nade onto his spot. Doesn't find him, and now Gabru trying to make his way through over towards Sonic's. Picks up a Panzer, steps around, boom, goes Sonic's. Now 55 just have to get back up on their feet. Gabru able to stay alive. ZT from the blue zone trying to do more damage onto Team Quesito. As we hear more mortars going out, Conf gets the knock onto Robert. 2 players left up. Pest Control right on their side. They still have all 4 players. 1 player is knocked. Conf gets Anubis. Now it's on to Bran. K-Mine did end up getting flushed out. Molotov goes forward on the edge of the smoke. Hut and Spicy knows exactly where this player is, but it's only 1 bullet left in the K2. Some team nade damage as Conf takes down Axel. Aim. Do we think it's AIM or Axel? Danny making his way forward towards Fauna. E90 in Fauna's hand. The rest of Athletes of Christ sending it over here. That's a lot of damage coming out from the P90. Fauna taking damage from the side, though. He has to reposition. Immediately prones on the other side of this hill. P90 comes out, takes down Danny. Further down the hillside, you have Haven trying to take a fight over here towards Arv. Nades being prepped and thrown. And he prepped this one right. Goes towards the rock. Bounces off No, it doesn't even bounce off, just blows up on the side of the rock as 55 get taken down in the kill feed. Our 4X spray from the M4, he's just ticking away, taking a lot of blue zone damage as Fauna did find one. Arv gets the knock onto LFP1 before Fauna finds the third player of Aura that was over here. Drazio, you have a mortar. Pray tell me, are you gonna try and mortar? This is going to be the third team to try and mortar Toyo. 3 teams at this point are now mortaring Toyo. He's got to remember that it's going downhill. Where is this mortar gonna land? I think it's gonna go a little bit too far. Yeah, you got to bring it in at least 50 meters, if not more. You got to get those mortars out kind of quick now. We're going to see where this one goes. I don't think he took into account the fact that it was going downhill. I think those ones are still going a little bit far. Drag it in. There we go. A little bit closer with those last 2, and you'll have it. No, going too far. More towards the emergency cover. But they're tucked right up against the side of the hill. Needed to bring it in at least another 30 meters. Price taking shots at anything they can see moving. Headshot onto Tony there as he's coming down the hillside. Never mind, they got 2 kills so far. 5th place right now, and they're probably going to be looking for more. Pest control. They had a BRDM, so they're going to be able to make it somewhere pretty safely. There is another dip over here. It looks like they can take... They're going to be pulling up right in front of Toyo. Hot and Spicy jumps out. The Panzer from Solds takes down 2 before Fakeson takes down Hot and Spicy. Stayed in the BRDM just a little bit too long. That's a vehicle getting blown up as it was going down the hillside. SKT just gonna be kind of stuck out in the open. Never mind, they already have 1 player knocked. 4 teams left. Athletes of Christ, never mind. Toyo and Copenhagen Wolves. Lost getting shot at from the P90 in the side, but he's able to step back around the corner before getting taken down. Guinya want to take the shots over towards Fauna. As, oh, there we go. Fauna takes down Lost. P90 and MG3 on the side of Athletes of Christ. They're going to be looking good. SKT goes down to 1 team as Fakeson takes down Laguinia, and never mind, get picked apart piece by piece. Copenhagen Wolves trying to figure out where they might be able to play, where they might be able to stretch to. Snakers has found a spot a little bit further up the hillside. Flood's going to join him. 4v3v3, and I mean 2 crate weapons on the side of Athletes of Christ right now. You're definitely going to want to try and do some damage. Solds, all he has is an AUG, because he had that Panzer earlier. Haven gets taken down by Fakeson. Immediately hits the prone as he's trying to make it back down the hillside. Could be able to throw a nade over there in a second to try and confirm his kill. Oh my god, I can't believe ads are playing right now. I am so sorry. Oh, Capitan, he had that camo cover. I didn't notice the ads. I feel so bad. What a terrible host I've been. Shots going out from LFP1. Doesn't connect on any of them. so far, but he's got plenty of ammo to go through. Fauna, on the other hand, doesn't even have a full spare clip. Shots going out. He does take down Capitan. Haven's still knocked. Might be able to get rezzed. Emergency cover going out. So Fauna pushed kind of all the way over here. Snaker's pushing up towards Toyo. Might be able to get a flush onto Capitan. As there we go. Vox gets another knock onto Toyo. Looks like this is going to get turned into Copenhagen Wolves versus Athletes of Christ fight pretty quickly. One player left. Snakers with the nade takes him down. Vox, he's kind of holding back a little bit farther, but 4v3 Snakers. They're already going to see two of these players over here on these vehicles. I don't think Snakers is going to be moving too much. He's going to wait for Haven to step out into the middle of the open. Smoke does go out towards the rock. Now he's going to make his move over to the rock, but Snakers, he was already here, so that's one knock. Brings it down into a 3v3 with all three players of Athletes of Christ kind of up towards the top, but they're actually going down behind them. They're trying to take the buildings from behind them. Smoke is going to go out from Flood here. So you have two in buildings behind you now, and one player up above Snakers and Vox. It looks like they were going to try and make a push over onto LFP1. Vox making his way forward. The shot's going to come out. Down he goes. Snakers and Flood both going forward. Both taking headshots. LFP1, what can he do? Tony was able to take down Snakers. Flood going to be the last one left. Surely Athletes of Christ just come over here. That is a knock onto one. The shot's going to be coming out. Flood is going to confirm his kill before he goes down to Fauna with that P90. And it's Athletes of Christ, 14 kills and the chicken dinner in match number 3. We go to a quick break before we get ready for match number 4. What poorly timed ads. That's what he went as he tried to shoot them out of the air right there. Oh. That's a really southern zone. Okay. Okay. Maybe we get to see an ending that we don't really see that often. I have seen it end down towards the southwest of Tinlong Garden. So it'll be really interesting to see if we're going to travel that way or if it's going to go somewhere else. Really weird spot for Sonics to have ended up getting knocked. But it happens. Go cat. I'm not pooping my hand though, so I don't know if you actually want pets. Do you? Okay, that seems like you want pets. Now your head is just face planted up against... Hey, where are you going? Go far away. You look like you're enjoying that. You're rubbing. There we go. Now we got the spot. We gotta hop over to this. Sorry, kitty. I know, you were loving that, but we got Bezdia versus Moulash. She is mad at me now. Hey, my chair is just not in the right spot for this. So sorry. Vinny gets the knock onto Sir Latino. He's trying to push forward, but Sonics is able to get the knock onto him. Frogman right there is Pippa pre-fire in the corner with the M16 to take down Sonics. Now they gotta worry about if the rest of the Mullahs are gonna make their way over here, but it seems like they're pretty far away, so I think they should be good. Pest Control are taking on Duel over here. Penta gets the knock onto K-Mind. Joshy just pushing forward. He hits the headshot onto K-Mine. Jumped out of the wrong side of the vehicle. If you look at anyone's books, they would have told you that Joshy should have been the one to go down there. But he connects with the headshot to take him down. And now the other two members of Duel are going to have to try and roll up onto this. But guess what? Tayson are right here. Fish. Can he go for the shots? Maybe trying to pop the tires instead. As Iroh makes his way forward. Hey, Kitty's gone. We're gonna get some ice cream for in between these matches. We can do a lot more push-ups tomorrow. Push-up move today. Emmy takes down Danny. Capitan gonna go whoosh, right onto him. Oh, Sweezy going up and over the top 55. I got one player right there. Sweezy trying to chase him down, could get punished in return for overextending by Gabaru. Barak thinking about turning right around to turn onto Sweezy. Gabaru pulling up. He's right here, but now is Gabaru gonna get punished for overextending? Instead, doesn't connect with any of the shots, and no, it looks like he might be able to pull right back off, go down the hillside, be good to go. Pain. still alive. I don't know if they're going to be able to grab any of the chips. The chips got blown up at this vehicle over here, so Kane gonna have to play the rest of this one out all by his lonesome. Shots over towards Capitan. Does start it off with a nice little tap to the head, but Lapeeks, he's just in such a difficult spot here. Hopefully his teammate will be able to come pick him up. And maybe a little bit of a nudge onto him. Oh, he jumps out a little bit early onto the rock, though. Interesting decision. I don't know why they didn't just continue to drive out of there. Alright. So Demon Frost has been taken down. Jaka is running out in the open, and then you have Lapeeks and VPS over here. They're going to be fighting up against Yakuza Gang. A little bit of damage taken from the blue zone. That nade goes around the edge, shooting towards the open window, kind of just pre-firing it, expecting someone to be there. Lapeeks on the edge should be able to stun over here towards Ogiwara. But it's Rec 4. Just trying to find the angle. That smoke goes out, blocks a little bit. It's just pre-fire to pre-fire going out here towards Lapeeks. Shot goes out. Jaka finds Ogiwara. And it's Rec 4 to go down right after. Ali finds Lapeeks before going down to Jaka. So it's Jaka coming in from the side. Ooh, blue zone. Should actually be able to get the flush onto Lapeeks. Jaka would have to grab him, I think, for him to stay alive. No, he barely crawls out of it in time. We hop over to pest control. And never mind, kind of feeling each other out towards Tin Lawn. Lapeeks gets the flush onto Ali's finally, and now it's Nukav. Gonna be the only one left. He's taking some shots at Copenhagen Wolves as they're driving by. And a fucking hornet's nest right there. Lock. He's a little bit farther away. He ends up getting the knock onto Durazio as Flood gets the drive-by flush. Cowboy trying to make it up and around this hillside. They do have to be worried about potentially getting shot in the back from anywhere, and it looks like they are by Tayson. And LaPeak's finally chasing down New Cav. Bring around the rosy just a wee bit there before he finally takes him down. Something. I mean, we go a little bit further north on this zone than I was expecting, but not super crazy. Looks like 4-0 gonna be chilling. In this match, they're gonna be the team closest to center. Team Quesito looks like they have themselves pretty set up on those rocks. Members of Toyo just slowly roll forward. Zeking up a hill doesn't work great, so they do end up hitting the gas. Go. He's the last one left for Mulas. They had a couple of good matches. Maybe not capitalizing the most off of their previous match, and now Ringo. Was he spotted out by SKT right there? If he was, I mean, SKT could have just kind of pulled up there. Kane, we see still in the blue zone. Gabaru blows a vehicle up and gets a kill. On to Aura. BRDM gonna come out for Gabaru. Panzer or a Lynx, it's all that could stop Gabaru and his BRDM as, 3 members of Dream 1 all just stuck in the exact same spot. LaPeaks has already been knocked. Pippa should be able to get a nade forward. Kind of misses out just a little bit. That follow-up gets another. The flushes come out. Xhaka almost goes down. And guess what? 55 PD decided that they're going to get some nades right into this as well. Xhaka still surviving. Frogman, it looks like he's going to try and throw a nade forward himself. And there we go. Down goes Xhaka. Down goes Dream 1. On the hillside. Anubis taking down Panadero. Now a nade gonna go forward towards him. What should come out onto Panadero pretty easily. Molotovs to take down space. Team Quesito, they have 2 people up on the hillside. Gotta worry about that as Tayson try and push forward. It looks like both members of Team Quesito are just gonna drive forward. Gringo driving by. Glock somehow blows up his teammate, but he takes down Vinny as well. Takes down Frogman. His vehicle just barely rolling forward. Pippa trying to find an angle. Gonna be going for the res towards Frogman, but he's gonna be surrounded on 2 sides. That's a good nade right onto Pippa's toenail. Just balancing right on there. Bull. As he takes him down. You're gonna have Enya is the last one left. He's gonna try and drive by. Vehicle gets spun. He takes a headshot. He tries to maneuver, hits the prone. Oh, just drops a smoke on himself as he goes down. Toyo, hearing all the action over here, has decided that maybe they want to get involved. Maybe they are going to be able to see something over here. Gringo running forward, getting shot by Team Quesito, and he makes it to a lip. His toe maybe sticking out, and Robert finds it. Down they go, and never mind getting some shots over towards Team Quesito. Take a lot of damage as Robert continues to rain down from above. Ooh, 55 PD. They get eliminated to Toyo. Pest control. They have found the next team that they want to control. Those shots go out from Conf. Haven falls down. 2 players left for Athletes of Christ, and I think they're just going to try and drive away. Hot and Spicy going for a spray onto LFP1. Conf confirms his kill, at least hits a bullet before the other player is able to get away. Toyo making their way up this hillside. LFP1, he's got to get that folded shield up quick, because that is Emmy. There, 2 bullets hit quickly. Body shot, headshot. Not able to do enough. Panzer drive-by ends up being a little bit short. That nade being prepped, being thrown, that may be good, but it's on the wrong side. Luckily, he's getting some covering fire from the members of Pest Control. Conf picks up 2 with the mini. LFP1 did get the kill steal onto 1 player. Emmy and Sold's going to be making their way forward. Stuns and nades being thrown forward by the members of Pest Control. We'll find LFP1 here at some point. Sold's just trying to take down that folded shield. Into the buggy goes LFP1 as a mortar came down behind him. Certainly getting crazy over here. Sold's taking some damage. His vehicle almost gone. All it's going to take is a couple of bullets. Emmy takes down Hot and Spicy before Conf turns around to take him down. The Molotov going forward lands on the vehicle. Don't really find any damage onto Solds, though. if Conf can find it, all he has to do is a little bit of damage onto Solds. A little bit of damage onto the vehicle. Rez coming out for pest control. Sweezy gonna be throwing that forward, and that might be it for Solds. There we go. Vehicle blown up at the same time as the nade explodes. Pest control, they just gotta make their way into zone now. LFP1 getting shot at. 5-4-0. That's a mortar. Aurelio trying to send it forward, trying to find it. You gotta worry about the slope upward here, though. You gotta send it a little bit farther than maybe you were expecting. Way farther than that. Cowboy gets the kill, and those mortars still fall a good 50 meters short. Robert for the shots onto Copenhagen Wolves. They make their way right up against the rocks. 4-0. Kind of moved forward, but decided that they were just going to be right on the edge. So they didn't really get a lot out of it. So now you're going to wait and you're going to see. What is 4-0 going to do? Are they going to be able to maybe get an opening knock? They know where Cowboy is. They're going for the shots, and it's Murillo to get the knock onto it. Vox from the side. He almost took down Sweezy. The 3-gear might have helped, but Flood is right there. The other two members of Copenhagen Wolves getting ready to move forward. Flood gets a second one onto Murillo, and now you worry about the other players. Can Flood find another? No, Bran ends up getting the knock. Moo. The last one left. Flood and Vox are able to confirm all the flushes, make sure that Team Quesito don't actually get any of the points. It's Copenhagen Wolves, they're sitting in first place right now. Joshy has almost no bullets. There we go. Now he's got some bullets to work with. I was gonna say, it looks like he just swapped his mood, just trying to go for some shots. He probably goes down to the blue zone because of how long it took him to go for that heal. So 4-0 get eliminated in 6th place. 3 of the points go to Copenhagen Wolves, and nobody gets the last one. Payne survived for so long in the blue zone. I don't even know if I ever saw him inside the play zone besides in phase 1. Now we're just going to wait and see. 4 teams left up. 4 players left on Copenhagen Wolves, Pest Control, and Team Quesito. Never mind playing as a 2-man. Snakers is not really going to be able to move from this spot. Joshy getting some good shots over towards him, but K-Mind is the first one that actually connects with a bullet onto him. It's Brand to get the knock onto Flood. K-Mind takes down Cowboy. Now Snaker's just running forward. He gets taken down by Anubis. The flush does come out from Anubis as well. Vox gets a knock on to AXM. Oh, man. At my feet. Robert takes down Vox. Now, never mind. They're trying to come onto the backside of Team Quesito. Get some damage out. He just wants me to feed her. Oh, there you are. Where's Team Quesito going? I mean, Pest Control is moving over here to just control as much space as possible. I feel like Team Quesito are actually going to that same spot where the other members of Copenhagen Wolves just died. Anubis goes down immediately. Robert and Brand, they're trying to make their way over here. Conf may get sprayed down, but he takes down one. K-Mine takes down the other. AXM does get the knock on to Joshy, not even able to get the flush. So now Conf might be able to go and get the res and turn this into a 4v2. 2 players still left on. Never mind. Joshy just kind of laying low for a second here as Pest Control go for a little bit of a reset. K-Mine goes down to SKT, though. All of a sudden, I think Joshy is no longer going to be able to get res. Loss repositioning over towards his teammate. They have the top of this roadside. Honestly, surprised he doesn't stop at that package. You are just giving up zone control to Pest Control. What was the play there? They don't even grab the supply drop. They gave away the entire zone. And Pest Control is going to be able to get back up to a 4-man. Conf with 6 kills. I don't know if they've maybe... Because K-Mine's in that one spot. So I don't know if they've swapped to K-Mine as more of the shot caller to let Conf focus on shooting, because he is good at it. But it will be interesting to see. Lost did get the knock onto Hut and Spicy, so a nade's going to come out. This might be a team flush onto Hut and Spicy, but worth it if they can get the knock onto SKT. It doesn't come out, because that one goes forward. A lot of damage onto SKT. 3v2. Joshy is going to be down below. K-Mind hits a good shot onto Lost. You're going to have Conf kind of rotating around these players. You do have a Panzer or Lost, as it's Conf. Get the knock. Joshy came up from behind. Lost goes down, and it's Pest Control. 13 kills. And the chicken dinner locking out the stat leaderboard in match number 4. We're going to go to a quick break where I'm probably going to go grab some ice cream. I don't know about you guys. Before we get ready for match number 5. Great. Here we go, underway in match number 5. Our first Miramar of the week. We sit here, we eat ice cream, we enjoy PUBG. Now, that's 3 teams in Los Leones. So it looks like Yakuza Gang would rather hut drop Aura than 55 PD. I would like to say, they put Tavon way further out from the rest of the team. But he also has a really defensible compound. And with that zone, they're probably going to be pretty happy that he's there already. Pest control. You gotta be careful with Conf right there. He's kind of stuck between Toyo. It's not really a great start. You never really want to be stuck between teams. Obviously, you have no real way of knowing what teams are what. You want to be careful to not get surrounded by a team, if you can avoid it. Now, even though Los Leones has 3... Oh. Wooly. Further ahead than the rest of his team. Could very easily end up in a tough spot here. He's got to hope that his teammates can get over here and get over here quick. VPS... Looks like he's gonna try and back off. He's just gonna be there on the hillside. This could be a bait coming out from VPS. But it does look like the rest of the team is gonna back off, and obviously now Duel is over here. Ooh, from the hillside, a little bit of damage from Frost onto Wooly. You did have Kane pull right up. And Wooly does go down to La Peaks. So it's an opening knock, and is Duel going to be fast enough to respond to it? Like they're not going to take the fight straight up. They are going to collapse onto the compound and try and take it from there. Karak got a long-range knock onto VPS, and all of a sudden evens it right out. Should keep Dream 1 from trying to push onto this compound onto Duel, and Iroh's going to back off a little bit because of it. Do love me some ice cream. pulling right up between one of the two mans of Duel is Aura. Laser gonna throw that Molotov right into the window. Duel may be in a spot where they have to crash right back onto their teammates again to get this fight underway. Coming through, Iroh goes for the shots. He finds one, gets taken out by Andrew. Kane to follow as Andrew picks up two. Now you're going to see Penta and Wooly kind of make their way over here. They're a little bit late, though. The res already coming out onto Danny. These are going to be there for support. They still have one player that's not in the compound for Aura. So he could end up coming up behind Wooly and taking him down. Oh, onto the rooftop went Wooly. He ends up getting knocked. Will he get flushed? Oh, Demon Frost ended up running out of bullets, so the flush just may not come out. Because that's more mortars, right? We heard that. Mortars just never stop coming out. Peaks is going to be going for this nade. Is it going to make it into the doorway? Stop just short. Oh, blue zone. Jammer packs for both players. They will be good to go. Penta immediately jumps out the backside, but you do have Tayson up the hillside. So as soon as they start sniffing this out, Penta's going to start taking some shots in the side. Zrise does hit a couple of them. As Lapeaks is right there, but Penta, he finds two already from the window. You gotta worry about Frost, but he's gonna start getting shot by Tayson, just like Penta was. Jump shots trying to come out before he tries to sneak his way around these two players. Penta was able to sit over here, help hold his own. Frost gonna be right there on the doorway. Smoke. Come out towards Wooly, but Demon Frost hits a heady to get the knock onto him. Xhaka gonna try and come over here. Penta, he already took down two. The Peak should be able to get rezzed as Frost makes his way around here. It's gonna be back into a 3v2. Penta had a pretty good hold last time. Question is, will they be able to do it again? So it looks like Penta went back outside and now he's gone inside. Nades are going to be coming out from Xhaka. One nade goes forward, the second. Penta, does he know it's there? No, so the knock does come out. I think Wooly really needs to try and go for the insta-res here. I think he would have had time, but Panzer coming out anyways. Panzer versus Shorty. Shorty wins that one. He does get the door closed. He's going for more shots. Trying to go for the pre-fire. 22 bullets left in the AUG, but Demon Frost comes ducking under the broken doorway to take him down. Duel eliminated in 15th. Push. Push. Duel just really not having the best of days so far in this one. Sitting in 14th place. 7 points is all they've gotten. You can tack it up to 8 because they did get another kill in this one, but they are just not really finding their footing. And really, the top of our leaderboard is a little bit more interesting than I think we see most of the time. Copenhagen Wolves are sitting in first place, but then you have Pest Control all the way up in second place. Moolah's in third. Like, yes, those teams are good, but Moolah's, it's a little bit surprising to see them playing that well. Pest Control, the fact that they're kind of stepping up there right before the playoffs, that they're going to be going up against Copenhagen Wolves and Bestia and Toyo, Athletes of Christ. 55 PD having a little bit of an off day. Unfortunately, we don't really have Rock here, so we are missing out on seeing that wonderfulness. My next question is, everyone's gonna have to register on WASDify, right? When does the WASDify registration start? Start at April 17th, 2026, 7 p.m. Yep, that is indeed this Friday. Only invited teams can play, right? That makes sense. When do the invited teams get invited? Because right now we have 0 teams registered. I'm gonna pay close attention to it. I'm kind of hoping that they do it tomorrow. That way we can maybe get a sneak peek on who might be on Falcons. Obviously, in the YouTube chat, we did have Ham say that it was going to be Gustav, most likely. Maybe he has an inside scoop. Avon gets a knock onto Lyle. Nade should be coming out in return. Gonna find anything? Doesn't seem like it. No. Doesn't find anything. Gabru spots out a player as he's just kind of chilling on the rooftop. He does end up getting the knock onto Moo and almost gets the flush onto him already. Nade gonna be rolled off the fingertips and missed out by a couple of inches. Aurelio gonna try and give some covering fire. Does see the head, but Gabru gets the knock onto Sweezy. And I think, yeah, Aurelio making the right play here. Just get out of there. Go find somewhere where you can hunker down. Never mind, they're sitting in the center of the zone. Pest Control, they got a decent compound, but it is straight down a hillside. There is the warehouse and longhouse compound open, which I think is pretty good. Copenhagen Wolves out in the blue zone, taking some damage. It looks like they might be trying to get the res onto their teammate. They do spin a player out. That's a lot of damage going out. Vox, you gotta be careful though. You gotta make sure you heal. Don't forget to. Last thing you need is another player to go down all of a sudden. Because of that, oh, Linguina spots out Murillo going for the shack, takes him down. Never mind, pick up another point after a good match in their last one. They're up into 8th place, 19 points total. Lost and even able to find a knock onto Capitan. So all the members of Toyo are just stuck up against a rock as Demon Frost. He's finding a couple more kills, and I gotta say, every time we see Frost, he's really living up to putting that demon in front of his name. Nade up and over towards Cowboy. Vox is knocked. Flood has already been taken down. That nade goes forward. Tries to get a little bit of a flush going. Cowboy, I mean, what can he do here? You have Team Quesito coming in from the side any second now. Over here, you have Toyo down below. Aura below, never mind as well. Solds is currently knocked. Capitan does end up going down. They weren't able to rescue him. We have Canadero over here next to Dream1. The res might be going out towards Frost. Can the second knock come out from Panadero? He doesn't find anything. Spots Jacques over by the rock, but he ends up going down to VPS. Dream1, if they can get that player back up on their feet, they're on the hillside, 4 players up. Pest control, their compound maybe not quite as good anymore. Aura gonna back off to a free compound that, I mean, they might be a little bit surprised by. I certainly am. I don't understand why no one was over there. That is a very good compound for this zone. Yes, one of the teams on the hillside can kind of look down on you, but they also have to contend with anyone else that's over there. Cowboy did end up getting taken down as Karak is coming back into Power Grid. He's going to have to loot up quickly as this blue zone is not going to be around very long. We're going to be moving any second now, and Yakuza gang getting ready to leave their compound. They accidentally run over one of their teammates. Ali, that is not what you want to happen. A struggle for them so far as they get adjusted to their first time in Division 1. Only 4 points through 4 games so far. You're gonna hope that they might be able to get it together, but running your teammates over is not really how you started off, and now they're all clown carring in a single vehicle. Spells trouble. Surely someone goes down as soon as they get close to another team. Never mind. Probably has the best spot in zone right now. They're doing damage, but SKT has been knocked. He should get picked up pretty quickly. Holding this 2-2 split for this long, it's good, but it could also get very, very dangerous. 55, if they crash onto it, then all of a sudden, this other 2-man can't really help out too much. Pops in a vehicle with Tulin to put SKT in it. They are coming straight over to the hillside. They're going to need Lost and Linguina to do some heavy lifting. Keep the members of 55 PD from peeking up and over this. Gringo with a double onto New Cav and Ali. That vehicle got blown up very quickly. 3 players down. Only 1 player remains. Rec 4. What can he do? Nades, stuns, everything but Molotovs have been thrown forward so far. It even has a Panzer to move forward with. Forward they go straight into the shack. Does a lot of damage onto VPS, just not able to get the final couple of shots. Xhaka ends up going down to Solds. Frogman jump shot gets the kill, and Dream1 eliminated from this lobby. New zone pops, and Bessia are gonna have to keep on trying to fight their way through. Never mind on the hillside. Gonna have to keep their heads down as 55 is gonna have an angle onto them. Athletes of Christ are starting to kind of come up and over the hilltops. Joshi getting a knock onto Gringo. Can they find any more? They do see Sonics going for the shot. Joshi almost misses, but with that final bullet, takes his helmet right off. And along with it goes his life. Bestia making their way forward. Shots coming out. Fakes and does take down Vinny. Frogman has a vehicle that's not going to work. He's going to get shot by the hillside. Conf, though, hits the headshots onto Lost to get a knock. So Pest Control, they are in top form right now. And if it is because Conf has gone into more of a fragging role and K-Mine is taking over the shot calling, I think it is the correct call for them so far. Joshi getting the knock onto Bran. Ammo gets the flush as well. Third kill for him in this match. Bit more damage onto the BRDM. And he pushed right up against the rocks. One player inside the vehicle, I assume, so he can actually find an angle to shoot out. Conf just trying to blow this up without exposing himself to shots from Team Quesito. K-Mine gonna be pushing forward. He gets the knock onto Robert. Anubis taking a lot of damage. Conf does end up going down to Lost, though. They gotta finish this up and try and get the res onto him. K-Mind takes down Axum. Now the shot's coming out from Joshy to Aura, pushing from behind. K-Mind trying to make his way over here. Gonna let Conf drop right down. Aura, they may have gotten close, but Pest Control is doing pretty good right now. Joshy going down to Lost. That's 2 players down. Or Pest Control, Hot and Spicy getting over there as quickly as possible. A lot of damage, like, went out to Benya. Another nade gonna be prepped, get thrown out, but Benya, he avoided it because he just went a little bit further around the rock. I think this next nade took a little bit too long to come out, goes a little bit too far. Benya gonna be able to hit another heal. Pippa further along the other side of the rock, and I don't know if Pippa just tries to make a sprint over to Benya, where Benya can go, because 55 is going to be in the way. Athletes of Christ have decided that we haven't seen enough mortars over the past couple of weeks. My goodness, the amount of mortars we've seen. I feel like it's been, like, non-stop. Not a lot of them have been hitting, but it's always entertaining to see the potential. The fact that teams are starting to use them more and more. But then we might see a week or two where we barely see any. Here, waiting for the shots to go out. Never mind, they're still on the hillside. They're still finding plenty of kills, plenty of damage, but we see them swap around ammo a little bit there. It means they may be getting low. They've been shooting plenty, but maybe, just maybe, they run out of ammo before the end. Athletes of Christ, they only have 1 kill so far. Aura, they had 6. Nevermind, they're sitting up here at 5 kills. SKT and Lost both got 2. Linguina has 1. Coolin's in there without any right now, but he's gotten some damage. That is a P90 on Gabru trying to push forward, and it's Pest Control that actually does the damage onto him to kind of push him back off of the other team. Pest Control, Pest Control. You're stuck in a really, really tough spot. Looks like smoking your way forward is your next plan. They do have a vehicle. Does it have all the tires it needs? Do they want to grab some extra meds before they go? Maybe a little bit extra util or ammo. Oh my god, the shot's going out, but He's been doing so well, all of a sudden misses every single shot there onto Sold's. Pippa finds one as Glock finds two onto Bestia. And now Gabru finds one onto SKT, but it's Linguina to get a knock onto one, gets the flush shot to the other. That nade looks good, but it just barely doesn't find enough. Any more offensive util would be humongous here for Nevermind, as that nade gets rolled over the hillside, not cooked at all. With Toolins right here, might be able to step up and over onto Gabru, who's prepping the nade, throwing it over towards Lost, who got a knock onto Pest Control. Turn your attention, man. You're in the middle of a fight up against 55. Gabru finds two more. Linguina goes for the shots and takes him down. Should be able to get the flush before getting taken down by Glock. As Conf, he finds a double with the nade onto Blazer. And Andrew, only one player left up for Aura on this other side. But yeah, I mean, congratulations for getting that knock onto Pest Control. But I feel like it's awful timing. Conf does finish off Arv, and now we only have 4 teams left. Athletes of Christ, Toyo, Pest Control, and 55 PD. The rest of your team was getting pushed. I don't know how Toyo survived this long just sitting up against this rock. Good for them, honestly. Emmy did get knocked. A couple of good shots there from Fakeson as Joshy steps around the side, takes down one. Conf goes down to Glock as the flush does get the confirm onto Joshy Solds. Try and go for this res onto Fakeson. I don't think the members of Pest Control have anything that they can throw forward to finish off the members of Toyo, and I mean, they're just staying alive is all it is. Solds getting the res onto Fakeson, and now he's going to run right over to Emmy. Oh, but Emmy does get flushed out by LFP1. Almost gets the knock onto Solds as well. Athletes of Christ, they've made their way up to fight against 55 PD. Glock has picked up P90. Is K-Mine going to be the last one left for Pest Control? He'd be going up against a two-man of Toyo if he pushes straight into them, which, I mean, probably his best option, but he can go low now because Athletes of Christ are fighting 55 PD currently up on the side of the hill, giving him a little bit more room to try and do something if he wants to. It all slows down. More smokes going forward. Athletes of Christ, are they abandoning the top of the hill? No, they're still leaving 2 up there. They have a good count on 55. They're going to know exactly how many players are up here, exactly what they can do about it. K-Mind, it looks like, might be grabbing some fresh gear. Does have a brand new 3 vests now with that repair kit. And aid from Fauna finds both members of 55. They go down in 4th place, and now Athletes Christ going to be able to stare down the hillside. I think K-Mine should have tried to move earlier, maybe. K-Mine does find a knock onto one. Fakeson finishes off K-Mine, and Athletes of Christ find the final kill. 7 kills for them, and the chicken dinner as Pest Control get 3rd place with 10 kills. We're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for the final match of the night. One match remains today before we get into it tomorrow. But the question is, who's gonna be leading the leaderboard going into the day tomorrow? And who gonna have some catching up to do? All right. Cream downstairs. Make sure to put it in the freezer tonight. Go to bed. Oh boy, oh boy. How's this one gonna turn out? We look at our leaderboard and it's pest control. In first place. 61 points, 9 points clear. Second place currently, but that's only a win. A win away. A team worth their weight in gold. Get a win. I don't even know what I was trying to say there. Anyways, Pest Control, first place. Second place, we got Athletes of Christ, 52 points, with Copenhagen Wolves only a point behind in third place. Then you drop down another 11 points to get to Toyo. Drop 3 to Bestia. And then Mulas followed them just a point behind. Aura is 3 more down. Whereas 55 is 3 away from them. That's a 10-point gap from 4th place down to 8th place. And then you have Nevermind at 28 points, followed by Dream 1 at 22. Or you're dropping another 8 points. Oh, 6 points down to Team Quesito. Wow, my math is not on point today. Tayson sitting at 14 points, 4-0 at 11. Duel at a measly 8 points. Not really exactly what I expect out of them, but they can just show up tomorrow, really do some damage if they need to, and we'll get to see them during the playoffs over the weekend as well. Yakuza Gang sitting right now at 4 points. Hit the trash can. Right, let's look at these rotations. Tayson on the move. We have a lot of teams that have already kind of gotten towards the middle. Dream 1 going towards Graveyard. It looks like 55 PD. They usually have that big split you gotta remember at the beginning. But they've all gone towards Minas Generales. Athletes of Christ, they're kind of taking the hilltop above San Martin, leaving a couple of people down there for nothing. They might run right into Yakuza Gang. Yakuza. Got to go out. Glock, he's gonna make sure that that tire is popped. You gotta be careful of those shots from Gringo. One headshot could spell trouble. I believe that is within the kill distance for a headshot. Just barely out, but it is pretty darn close. Dragunov packs a hefty punch no matter what. Snakers, it looks like he's kind of sneaking forward onto Dream 1 in that graveyard compound. Obviously, Mula has kind of just sent it center. And I don't really hate it from them. Robert. I knew that Gabru was going to shoot him in a second, but I flinched a little bit when I actually heard the shots come out. Apparently, I just, like, wasn't ready for the timing of it. I knew Gabru was going to hear him and take the shots, as Robert did not pay attention to the left side of the rock at all. He might have been able to spot out Gabru and actually get the kill himself. Instead, he gets taken down. DPS, so he spotted out a couple of the members of Mulah's. Hits a headshot onto a 1. He runs out of bullets, so he's gonna have to reload. Oh, but Xhaka finds another headshot and Gringo goes down. 55 PD, more than happy to steal that kill away. Sonics, I don't know why he came back over here. His vehicle gonna be very gone. Xhaka gets the knock, and I mean, I think 55 are just gonna get to steal the kill away again. Oh, the peaks. With a well-timed nade to finish him off. 2 players left for Mulahs, so they had a wonderful start, getting 36 points in the first 3 matches, and they've gotten nothing since. But you also have to keep in mind it was actually 33 in the first 2 matches. So since then they've averaged 1 point per match, and that's kind of more what I expected out of Mulahs. So they may slowly fall down the leaderboard more and more, unfortunately for them. But they did show that if they can get some zone lock and play it right, they have the ability to win matches, or at the very least, get high placements. Blazer goating his way up the side of the hill just for Emmy to shoot him in the back. So many nades coming up and over. That one skims the front teeth of Emmy. Does know that the res is coming out, but he doesn't really have an angle onto it, just because of the way that rock juts out just enough. He's gonna throw a blue zone down there anyways, as Capitan hits a double onto Danny. Now the shots are gonna go out. Emmy finds a lot of damage onto Blazer, but wasn't able to get the knock. Now the heals are gonna come out. One player for Aura, it's kind of like went for a flank, but it's such a far off flank that I don't know if it's really worth it. It just seems a little wacky. You know what I mean? Never mind, they've had themselves a couple of good games over the last games. They're up to 28 points. Question is, are they gonna kind of be able to get more loss? I don't really know how accurate those are. For some reason, I just don't see the tracers coming off of your gun. Toyo has a really good surround going. Mulahs just kind of over here. Sir Latino. Hit us one of your bolty specialties, as he actually ended up outside of the building, and it may have saved his life as Ekin goes down. Sir Latino, the last one left in that nade from Karak, cleans him up. 55, you may want to get over towards Minos very quickly, otherwise people are going to start taking your territory away from you. Dream 1 already on their way over their vehicle, spinning out, shots connecting. some damage done. One more bullet needed. That blows up, and they know exactly where to shoot. They get a couple of knocks. Those players gonna be down for the count. They don't know exactly where they're knocked in the smoke, though. Still trying to get the flush. I mean, 55. They may not have had a great time until now, but Hot and Spicy is loving life right now as he sprays down 2 out of the vehicle. Clean headshots as they roamed a little bit too close. Yeah, 55. They were kind of falling behind some of our top teams, but now they are kicking it into gear. 6 so far in this one. If Toyo and Bestia have a good one, on top of this 55 surge, then all of a sudden we might see a very top close of the leaderboard going into the day tomorrow. Copenhagen Wolves, Athletes of Christ, if they do decent. But you gotta worry about pest control. They are looking strong right now in this lobby. They've already gotten a couple more kills. Maybe dialed it back a little bit in the last game. Maybe he's just not a Miramar player. Hot and Spicy, it looks like he is gonna get out of there before it gets too spicy for him. And never mind, it's just gonna be deep in the blue zone for a little while. They could go grab that crate if they wanted. Go across. But it looks like right now they are content to be on the northern side of the zone. Worry about everything else that they need to later on. 55 PD, they have gotten some of Minas Generales. But you also have to realize that Athletes of Christ are right above them. So they don't get to keep it all, but oh my goodness, they don't really need to move it all anyways. What a hard shift for them. Pest control, gonna be a little bit disappointed by that, I think, but also might think about just trying to take down Nevermind. I don't know what Hot and Spicy shoot at there. As Haven takes a little bit of damage getting down here, and it's Demon Frost that gets the knock onto him with a bolty. But the kill quickly stolen away by Tavon. Gabru taking down Snakers. And 55, I feel like kind of showing why this is their area right now. Nobody else's. Gabru does have to worry about a few different angles here. A couple of them inside Minas. So there might even be a couple outside of Minas that can see onto him later on. Ace on, you have Bush going for the shots onto Sweezy as he goes down the hillside into the warehouse. Did spot out another player just a little bit farther forward. Now don't get too eager and peek over this again, because that warehouse will be able to just peek right around the corner as soon as you expose yourself too much. Ooh, it looks like Bestia snuck in behind Copenhagen Wolves. Cowboy, I think, is stuck where he is. Mox is going to be on his own. I think you just have 2 solos here for Copenhagen Wolves, and they can't really worry about each other too much. They just have to play their own games and do whatever they can to survive, pick up some kills here and there. And then maybe later on, you can regroup with each other. Athletes of Christ, they're getting a little bit of damage onto Cowboy. There's a 4-man of Bestia in that building. That could get scary. Aura across the street. Team Quesito I'd be able to take the rock. Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad shout to try and get up on top of the rock right now. As Yakuza gang should be able to get the res onto Ogawara. Scott's just going out from Solds. I think he might have popped a tire right there. No, he didn't. I was gonna say, if he did, be a little bit surprised if that vehicle didn't spin out. Oh, all of a sudden there's only one player left for Team Quesito though, because Tayson was taking him down on the other side. It's Axum. It's probably AIM, but much fun to say Axum. Oh, Duel. It went from 55 getting fed in that last one to Duel getting fed in this one. Does get a knock onto Iroh, though. It was looking okay for Duel. Like, they might finally be able to really put together a strong match, and all of a sudden, they lose a couple of players. With Toolens and SKT going forward. Driving right in between members of Aura. As Watulens gets taken out of the vehicle, the other player sitting on only a single bullet of health. 55 pick themselves up. 10 kills so far in this lobby. Mind, what can you find? Wooly does find SKT. Copenhagen Wolves go down to a combined effort of Toyo and Bestia. 12 teams still alive. What can they do? Panadero goes down to La Peaks. Hot and Spicy, it looks like he's been taken out of this match for pest control. Who does finally get that flush onto him? Fush. And Zrise. Oh, they're getting taken down from both sides. Zrise. Where can he even go? I think he just lays down here, right? You just lay down, you keep low. We actually have a folded shield. That's way better than what I was saying. Don't listen to me if you know what you got in your inventory. Bestia, they gotta make their way forward somewhere. Rise takes down Gabru. A flush was able to come out. Demon Frost just happened away. Lapeaks is the one that ends up getting knocked onto Ogawaru. Did get the knock onto LFP1. Now it's Tony from the high rope to take down one, as we just see Fauna absolutely squish wreck with the vehicle. 1 second he was there, the next he was not. Hands are at the ready for Dream 1 to take down Sweezy, and now Dream 1 is the team in the middle of the zone. Benya takes down Glock. Tavon does take down Sweezy. That nade prepped for a little bit too long from Gabru. Hippa, some good shots into the back. 14 kills. One more kill from 55. Oh, Gabru goes down to that nade from Vinny. 2 players left up. Does he find it through the window? No, the bars block him. That nade was so good. He slotted it through every single piece of iron there just to get blocked by the bars on the window. Conf takes down Moo. And now Lepeaks goes down to Fauna. Karash shoots the Panzer forward, doesn't really find too much damage with it. Gonna see a nade come out in case they wanted to push, and nade from Tony takes him down. All of a sudden, Athletes of Christ steal that central spot. That did just move. I'm pretty sure Tavon should have seen it. Rack. Going right down outside, but there's not actually a player out there, so wasting a little bit of util, unfortunately. Benya checking out his smoke. Might be able to give them a spot to rotate from. They got Pippa back over. Will be as a 3-man on the edge of this zone, but we just have a few seconds before we see the new one. 15 seconds. New zone will appear. Here we go. Pulled away from these two teams, so they're just gonna have to try and duke it out. Duel are gonna be in on the edge. Athletes of Christ are right there. Pest Control, it looks like they're still alive. Oh, yo, I don't know where they're gonna go. Very open ending in this one. Tony just chilling on top of his bike, trying to find a good angle to use. Pest Control, they've gotten a little bit closer, I think, to Athletes of Christ. Have slowly snuck their way forward. Well, 4-0, they're up as a 2-man right on the edge. Where's Bestia sending it? I think there's a dip right in front of 4-0 that they can try and take. K-Mine gets a knock and flush onto Karak. I don't know where Tavon's going. It kind of looks like straight towards Aura. Blazer is spotted out now. One more bullet. They do get the knock, but who is going to get the flush? And Joshi is able to confirm it. As Benya on the shack. They're going to be fighting up against 4-0. Andrew's got to cross the rest of the street. Oh, Penta waiting for him to go somewhere, and Penta takes him down. The fact that Athletes of Christ went for the great weapon, I think, is pretty ballsy. Fakes and taking a lot of damage, finally goes down to K-Mind. Here comes the next vehicle, 2 more players inside, and Duel will find a lot of the damage, but just not able to find the knocks, as Tony did get a knock onto Solds. "25 minutes in, 6 teams left, 17 players alive." Tony, he's gotten plenty of util, 111 bullets left. Is that a Panzer? There we go. Panzer from Aurelio ends up getting a knock onto Benya. see the next two players. Do they have any offensive util to try and take it away with? Where are those mortars going? So many questions. Oh, they don't go out towards members of Bestia, right towards Toyo, which, honestly, with how many players they have, kind of makes sense, but also, how many mortars have Toyo got shot at them today? Onf gets a knock onto Capitan. Enta steals the kill away. Now Toyo, they're going to come crash right onto dual. Shots go out onto Sold's. Wooly is able to take him down. Emmy going to be coming around one of these buildings any second now. Wooly trying to position himself in a good spot. Does avoid the damage, but Kane does end up getting knocked. Tony from the other side finds an angle to get the knock onto Wooly. Last member of Duel not over here anymore. He does get the flush onto one. Will he be able to get the flush onto Kane maybe as well? Feel that kill away from Athletes of Christ. Good nade towards the entrance. Unfortunately, Emmy had enough time to back right off. Got another nade doing a lot of damage. Emmy trying to run forward, but Penta takes him down. Now the shot's coming through. Conf, K-Mind finding more. Vinny goes down. The hog from Conf. We're down to just 3 teams. Penta going down to an aid very quickly. Bestia, Pest Control, and Athletes of Christ. Not a single team has all 4 up. Pest Control as a 3-man alongside Bestia. Athletes of Christ sitting at 2. Underhand nade attempt from Joshi. Unfortunately, no one really over there anymore. Fauna gonna get the knock. Flush onto Vinny. Brings it to a 3v2v2. A lot of damage out with the P90, but that's another 20 bullets that Fauna's gone through. Still got 90 to spare with 50 inside of the mag, so he can do plenty of damage. Phase 8 about to go into Phase 9. Joshi kind of slowly taking a little bit more control of the zone again. Ready for this end game. Conf gets the knock to Benya as Benya goes forward, but guess what? Fauna steals the kill away. Isn't this the second time we've seen Fauna with a P90 today? I'm pretty sure we saw that back game 3. Fauna ended up winning the game with a P90. Conf takes a couple of headshots, so he's not even going to have a helmet to try and fight with at this point. Joshi, going to be on you to try and make sure the Athletes of Christ can't do anything crazy, like coming right up onto the ridgeline. Nades come forward. Joshi takes a lot of damage from that first one. He's going to have to back up off of it. Anchor left back there does some good damage onto Conf. How to avoid the headshot, though. I think you grab that Molotov and you throw it right onto that folded shield. Pippa is sitting right there, and I feel like you should have a good read on that. Anna pushing forward, knows that Joshi is right in the smoke. Gonna prep a nade. Gonna throw it forward. Barely finds any damage though. Tony's nade doesn't find more. That one looks a little bit better. Still going a little bit far, but Fauna onto Conf. Like they put a blue zone right in the smoke. That nade looks really good On to another. Now it's all on to K-Mind. He goes down to Fauna. Pippa has made his way towards the center of the zone. Tony gonna throw that stun forward. They're gonna get ready to push. I don't think Pippa really sees anything. Now he should, but it's the headshots and the FAMAS. Athletes of Christ win another one. 12 kills and the chicken dinner to end out the final match of the day. We're gonna have to see an updated leaderboard because I think it's gonna be kind of close towards the top. Especially between Athletes of Christ and Pest Control. Kind of curious to see how the rest of it is gonna shake up. Going into the day tomorrow. Here we go. Athletes of Christ have taken first place by a single point above Pest Control. They have 3 wins so far on the day. Pest Control are sitting at 73 points. They have actually surprisingly the same amount of points of Athletes of Christ. They've been a little bit more consistent, whereas Athletes of Christ have been getting the wins. Copenhagen Wolves sitting in third place at 51 points, followed by Toyo, Bestia, 55 PD, Mulaz, and Aura to round out our top 8. Yakuza Gang struggling to find their footing in Division 1, collecting a measly 5 points. We'll see if they kind of review some stuff. Might be able to come back into this tomorrow a little bit more. I'm going to go to bed now. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope you all have a wonderful night.